Good morning. Let's see. Okay. I think I shared everything on socials. Now I should be able to get into it. This piece is a struggle. Traded my crystals in for mushrooms. All right. Hey, Miguel. I hope your chicken thighs are wonderful. I hope they're absolutely wonderful. That sounds delicious. result. What's up, Barty guy? Trying to figure out the dark and light balance on the bottom here. As much as I love a big pile of mushrooms, it's just not looking like an active enough space. It's not gonna work. It's okay. I'll figure something out. Okay. All right. Might have to move to a different area. What do I want to work on? I guess I need to make this work first. I guess I could finish Mr. Centipede Man. Alright, I guess I'm gonna accept my fate and render some tree bark. Oh, it's a terrible fate, but at some point I do have to do it. There's very few mushrooms left to render, which is good. But there is tree bark to render. What's up, Eric? Good morning. Yes, I have seen Sachin Tang's posters for Rebel Moon's Director's Cut. I believe. Unless I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure I have, though. Yeah, that'd be cool if the movie looked like that. Hey, Ryguts, what's happening, buddy? I'm excited to see you kinda soon. I'm excited for the giant feast I'm gonna have at my house after your medieval adventure. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a great time, my friend. I'm gonna treat it like an excuse to make a medieval banquet. Morning, Althea. It's a good beard to get lost in. Mushrooms do sound good. Ryan, we're gonna have a giant feast, and then we're gonna do a screening of Knightriders. I'm just kidding about that last part, but also maybe. I'm not completely kidding. It's very, very possible. It's extremely possible, okay? Mushrooms and coffee. Or mushroom coffee, which I still haven't tried. Heard good things. Haven't tried it. I wonder if I could do an in-person and remote movie viewing when people are here for that get-together in September. Do a Discord and an in-person. Just set up the webcam to face the TV. Be so lame, but also kind of fun. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's a great idea. What's up, Riley? Where are you at these days, Riley? Hell yeah, Malteo. And couch potato rules. Belfast? Belfast's nice. Piece is coming along okay. I'm in the final stretch, which is doing the micro detail on all the textures, which is usually where something that's almost done becomes something that will never be done, and then I just have to power through it. If this was a personal piece, this would be where I inevitably get bored and start something else, but yeah. I'm trying not to do that. I'm way behind schedule on this because summer had a whole bunch of unforeseen developments, but I'm trying to wrap this up, finish strong. Alright, so mushrooms in the middle feels correct. We're doing It feels correct to have them go down to about here. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Thank you, Amalthea. fuck? That was bizarre. That was really bizarre. I worked while listening to a 6-hour breakdown of the rise and fall of the first YouTuber, Boogie. I've never heard of this man, and now I'm amazed at his awfulness. Yeah, the Boogie stuff was, yikes. Who is Boogie? He was one of the first ever, maybe the first ever YouTube personality who like kind of like let you into his personal life and did the parasocial thing. He struggled a lot with weight loss over the years and kind of became famous for being a very personable person. And then people found out that he was actually lying about almost everything. He had a gambling problem. He lost millions of dollars in Bitcoin. He lied about having cancer. He lied about a bunch of childhood trauma that happened to him. He married a incredibly younger girl that people are weirded out by. He had a addiction to prostitution. Yeah, he's just, I don't know. He's just like a, I don't know, like a malignant narcissist who fucking became way too famous, way too fast, and yeah, I don't know. The big thing was the lying about cancer, though. Really, really bad. Essentially what he did was, like, imagine you go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, oh, you have HPV, and you're like, can't HPV cause cancer? And the doctor's like, yeah, in rare cases HPV can cause cancer, but you don't have it, you just have HPV. Then you went online after your doctor's appointment and you were like, guys, I have some bad news. I have a rare form of cancer. Like, essentially that. Dude, watching that video of Destiny break down Boogie lying with XQC sitting next to him, that was just like a, that was painful, let me tell you. That was a painful video. When he's breaking down all the lies and XQC's like, cook, cook, cook. It was fucking brutal. Yeah, that was a wild video. Anyway, yeah, huge piece of shit. Lying about cancer is just like, I don't even know. I don't know where you go from there. That's just the end. You deserve to have everything taken. Is he under arrest? I don't think so, because doing a crypto rug pull is not technically illegal, I don't think. Chat, can you correct me if I'm wrong? Doing a crypto rug pull isn't actually illegal, right? They haven't classified it as fraud yet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have. It'd be cool if they have, because that's fucking... It's super, super low when people do that. Well, the problem with people that lie the way Boogie lies is that, number one, they don't have a plan. They just lie compulsively. And number two, they won't admit that they lied. So they end up telling more lies to cover up the lies they told. And what that does is, the more points you put on a map, you start creating a box. So like every lie he tells, he's building a little fence that people can put him inside, and eventually the lies will start contradicting each other because he's not planning them ahead of time. So with enough time and enough pressure, you can catch him in something that can't be true if the other thing he said was true, and then he's fucked. Which is essentially what happened in that video with Destiny. And that's like the downfall of all those people that lie like that, is that, you know, with enough questions, they'll eventually lie themselves into admitting that they lied. Because two things, you'll get to two things eventually that can't both be true at the same time. Also, to be real with you guys, there's no proof that he actually lost all his money in crypto scams. There's every possibility Boogie is still a millionaire and he's just pretending to get sympathy and donations. Like, I wouldn't trust anything that guy says. Like, maybe he lost it all, but like, I would not just take that on faith. Like, if I want to go full conspiratorial, he happened to lose all of his money in a crypto scam right around the time people losing their money in crypto scams was a big story on the internet that garnered a lot of sympathy. And Boogie is an absolute sympathy hunter. So, I'm just saying, if someone's a proven liar who will lie about horrible things to get sympathy and money and clout, don't trust anything they say. Just don't. Just pretend all of it's a lie. Yeah, I found God. The ultimate hand washing. Oh, all those things I did? I found God. Guys, I found God. It's like my uncle. I have an uncle who robbed my father's business, stole all the money so they had to close it before I was born. He slept with a few of my other uncle's wives and broke up their families. He has over 10 illegitimate children. He's a thief. He's a liar. He's a degenerate. He stole money from his own kids' like college funds. Like, he is just the worst person. And eventually the whole family cut him off completely. And they were like, you cannot be a part of this family anymore. But my family are all Methodist Christians. So after he got boxed into that corner of "we will never forgive you," he got baptized in a horse trough by a cowboy preacher, took a bunch of photos, put it on social media, and then suddenly, everybody had to forgive him. Welcome back to the fold. All that shit you did, it's gone now. But yeah, I'll never speak to him. I've only talked to him once, and it was on the phone when I was a kid. He called my cousin, and he said, "Can you put Dan on the phone?" I was 9 years old, I think. And he said, "I'm your uncle. Your father's never let me meet you. Don't you think that's mean?" And I was like, "I heard what you did to my family." And he was like, "Oh, your father made that up. It was his fault the business closed." And he was like, "The way I see it, I think I've missed 9 of your birthdays, nephew. How about I get you a really nice gift to make up for all that lost time?" And I was like, I know exactly what's happening here. He's gonna use me to steal more stuff from my family. And I told him to please never speak to me again and hung up the phone. It's the only time I've ever spoken to that uncle. Just the instant bribery.
Midway between San Francisco and Los Angeles, the California coast joins with the Pacific Ocean to form what has been described as the world's most spectacular meeting, land and sea. Until the coast road was completed in the 1930s, the country was isolated by sheer cliffs and impassable canyons. It took the first outsiders 18 days to travel 60 miles south to the mission at Carmel. These early
phones.
gave it its reputation,
No.
color, and individuality. Well, it's that wild and special place we all dream of.
If anybody remembers on the old stream, I told the story about the Avenging Angels. That was the uncle I was talking about. He kidnapped one of my cousins who has a developmental disorder, autistic, and he told them that they were on a mission from God and that they were his avenging angels. And he drove them across multiple state lines, robbing a bunch of people. And he would go into stores wearing sunglasses, and he would convince the people in the stores that he was part of Michelle Obama's motorcade and that they were coming through the area because there was a threat to her life, and there was like a detour they had to take, and I can't let anybody know that I'm Secret Service, but you're a business owner, and can we shelter here, and you don't want to be responsible if anything happens to the first lady. And he literally, he's just a con man. He's just an epic con man. But yeah. Brock Sampson. Yeah, that uncle's a psychopath. Chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna step over to the restroom for a moment. Here I am. Have my workouts gotten easier now that I've lost so much weight? Yes, but I have a trainer, so every time it gets easy, they swap my routine to something harder. So if I did the routine that I was doing 3 months ago, I'd fly through it. But every couple weeks, they give me a new routine to make it harder and harder and harder and harder. So, same with my swimming. I used to swim just laps, but now I swim laps with a bucket tied to me for more drag, so I have to swim harder. But yeah. Yeah, they have, I mean, if I was doing the same shit, it would be easier, but I'm not doing the same shit. Hope that answers your question. You tend to be a fixer? I mean, concept art teams require all manner of people, but you're gonna have to probably do both if you want to work on a team. They're probably gonna want you to come up with 10 loose concepts. Like, look at what Wes did for Deadpool and Wolverine. Did a bunch of loose concepts, then they chose the ones they liked, and they hyper focused and polished up the couple that they went with. Like, that's the ideal. I tend to be a renderer, but like when I'm doing concept art, I haven't done concept art on anything in a few years, but when I am doing that, my stuff is much looser. It's just about getting ideas out, and then once they see an idea that they like, you can take that idea to a new level. Swimming with a bucket is great. I didn't even know that was a thing until I saw the Coast Guard people training with it at the pool, and I was like, oh, I want to do that shit. Coffee. Coffee Twitch. Dan, do you ever find yourself drawing too much of the same thing, going down the same line of drinking for your PSL side? You rattle cage to get out of that? Yeah, I do. I get stuck in that trap a lot. If I wasn't doing client work and I was noticing, like right now, I'm kind of locked into this because it has to be roots and it has to be the same thing I've been doing in the other pieces because it's a set. But if I was doing personal work and I ran into that, I would probably, sometimes switching mediums helps. Like, even if you're switching programs, like if I'm getting too into the same routine, like going from Photoshop to Clip feels like using a new thing, and it makes your mind think differently of, like, you know, how different things would feel to draw. Another thing I would look at, like, after this, I don't want to paint anything with roots for a while. Like, I would just make a list of, like, avoid these things. Like, I don't, you know, I think also keep a sketchbook of really loose ideas, things you see that inspire you, characters you see in games and movies that you like. Just have a little sketchbook that has a ton of loose ideas of things that interest you or things you see on a day-to-day basis that visually kind of resonate with your brain. So you always have like a little list of things you can pull from when you're not feeling inspired. That helps me a lot. I have a note on my notepad of ideas that's just hundreds of things long, and if I ever don't have something to draw, or if I ever, you know, I'm looking for a thing to inspire me, I can open that up and go through it. And I have a bunch of little, you know, sometimes it's just 2 words, where it's like, you know, uniform skeleton, which is like what I did for that death card, that skeleton guy that I almost am done with. But yeah, just you want to keep a list of things, because the worst thing you can do is lose an idea. Just keep some kind of list, whether it's a visual list like a sketchbook or just a word list like a fucking note on a notepad app. Just keep a list of things that interest you, or cool ideas, or things you've never drawn that you'd like to draw, or things you've seen other people do that you might want to do your version of. Or, but yeah, sometimes it's as simple as switching your medium. It's good to shake you out of a routine. If you don't know where to begin with that stuff, you can also reach out to somebody like myself or other artists you follow, or even just a friend, and say, can you look at my portfolio? You know, are you noticing any, does it feel repetitive? Are you noticing anything I should like watch out for? Or something as simple as, like, if you know somebody who likes your work, or have a friend or whoever, just say, is there something you've ever like thought I really want to see them draw? Is there something you've ever like wished that I would do, or that you'd be interested in seeing my take on? That's another good way to kind of gauge where you're at. But yeah, that's what I typically do for that problem. There's some things I'm like never interested in drawing for some reason. Like I don't force myself to draw things I don't really have an interest in. Like sometimes you can find a way to become interested in them. Like I'm not really interested in science fiction. I'm not really interested in painting like a robot or something, or like a droid for Star Wars or whatever. Like that's not something I'm naturally drawn towards drawing. But if I did it like Akira Toriyama or like TikTok from Return to Oz and I did like a medieval robot or something, I could trick myself into enjoying it. But yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Card formatted. Um, I mean, you could write down a bunch of things that you think are cool and just throw them in a couple different jars. Like you could make one jar of scenery. So like, you know, cathedral, cursed swamp, dead castle, haunted forest. And then you could have a second jar that's characters, where it's like a race and a class. So it's like, you know, dwarven warrior, or like, you know, elven archer, or like a human witch, or like undead mage. And then you could have a third one that's items and actions. So it's like casting a spell, opening a treasure, finding a relic, like, you know, fighting a monster. And then you could pull one thing from each jar, put like 30 things in each jar, and then pull one from each and just make a randomizer. Make your own randomizer. And then you won't have as much of a through line, because it's, you know, it's all going to be things that you think are cool. It's all going to be individual ideas that you came up with, but the combination of them is going to be randomized. So you might think that finding an ancient relic is a cool concept for a card, and you might think that a zombie witch is a cool idea for a character, and you might think that an undead castle is a cool place. So now you're going to have, you know, an undead witch in a spooky castle finding some kind of relic, and that's going to be your card. But yeah, just write down a ton of cool things. You might get some really cool combinations, like throw in some weird curveballs, like an automaton, or like cyborg, and then like make like a medieval version of a cyborg, like pieces of like human body and bone woven with like magic machinery. Like, you know, come up with just some weird cool stuff that you think is interesting. And then the combinations might surprise you. Like maybe you'll pull an automaton and the environment will be like a forest and it won't make sense. But then you'll think of a cool way to do it. Like maybe it was an ancient automaton that was all grown over with roots and things. And it's like, you know, sleeping like a Castle on the Sky, like a Studio Ghibli kind of vibe. You know, it'll force you to start coming up with narrative solutions to problems that you wouldn't have encountered in the first place. Yeah, no problem, Cody. Cody, I'm down to look at your portfolio now if you want. I mean, I absolutely look at it in a few months. Just remind me. Yeah, I feel you're right. I'm the same way. Yeah, Cody, go ahead, share. Are you on the Discord? Easiest way to show me is on the Discord. If you want to drop them in there, I'll take a look. Oh my god. What a fat bass line. Bassline's so fat. There you go. There's your Discord link. Thank you, Sharky. Post them to the Folio tab. Let's take a look. Okay, Cody, let's take a look. So what things are you thinking are more repetitive? You said that you were struggling with feeling like you were kind of going through the motions and that you were sort of dealing with the same types of things. What stuff have you identified? All right, so this is interesting. You're fixing some of my critiques between pieces, but I'll show you anyway. All right, so At first glance on this one, I didn't know what was happening in the focal point. The face looks good. The face pops out. Cool design. I like the feathers. Your big issue in all three of these. So first off, good designs. You're getting a good grasp of fundamentals. You're being ambitious. You're trying to do full scenes. These are all really good things. I think you definitely have the eye to do card art. The big struggle right off the bat in the three of these is your values creating some tangents and some flattening. So I'll show you what I mean. On this one, the composition's really good. The scene feels really iconic. The light behind her, making her head pop, the silhouette of her feels really good. But, I'll do a quick red line. The biggest problem you have in your pieces right now, the most immediate thing, is your sense of, like this all works really well. It pops off, it's light in the background, dark in the foreground, silhouette feels good. This gets completely lost spatially. So I can tell that her arm is supposed to be in front of the legs here, but all these values kind of flatten to the point where it's like really hard to see. And it feels like she's casting some magic. So if she's casting magic and it's emanating from her hand, there's no reason you can't have some of that yellow, you know, catching light over here, catching light down here, you know, popping this off a bit. Like, you just want to get it. All this feels very flat. This arm doesn't feel like it's sitting in front of that leg in space. So more light here, more light here, just to get it forward. You know, leather can be kind of reflective. You can get some highlights in here. And then definitely on this band in here to pop it off that dark background. Because this whole front arm, see, that took like 2 seconds, and like it just makes the arm come forward like crazy. But yeah, it needs that. The only other critique, this is more fundamental. I wouldn't do it to this one because this one's already like, I like the way her hand is here, but this upper arm is feeling a little flat. It's feeling kind of fly swatted. If you're not familiar with fly swatting, it's taking a three-dimensional thing where like the body might be here and the arm is extending forward, but the way it's drawn, everything kind of flattens into this. Like, this feels like a three-dimensional drawing that got kind of pushed down on itself, kind of like flattened. So anything you can do to kick this arm forward in space like it's coming towards us. It could be by doing more shadow work. It could be by, you know, bumping the elbow out. Anything you can do to make it feel like it's coming towards us three-dimensionally instead of laying flat against her body would probably be a help. Some more definition in there might be, you know, I'm not familiar with this character too well. I've seen her before, but I don't know like the intricacies of her design. But yeah, this shape of the arm here feels a little too flat. It feels like it's pushed right up against her body. I would also take some of this color here from her spell and just have it, you know, like catch a little bit more in here because this form is just sinking into the cloak. Pull that out from that dark shape a little bit more. Other things I would do, I'm not quite sure what spell she's casting. Is she making something grow or is she pushing something away? I guess that would be my question. What's supposed to be happening? Also, capes are one of the big freebies. Capes and clouds are two of the big freebies. So you always want a stronger diagonal coming from the bottom left into the upper right because the eye naturally follows. So there's no reason you can't make the swoop on this cape more extreme. Like even if you used a model and the cape is sitting, you know, that straight, always watch out for straight lines, because right now you've got a bit of a parallel, which is another thing that flattens images, because straight lines aren't something that occur in nature. So you've got this here lining up almost perfectly with this here, and then the leg is basically lining up with it too, and it makes the whole thing feel very stiff. It's a bunch of through lines, and then you've got this kind of shape matching this kind of shape directionally. So like, just watch out for stuff like that. Parallel lines are a really easy way to make something feel unnatural. I would kick the cape out. I would get weirder. Trees can grow in all kinds of cool shapes. You know, get weirder. Turn the things in the trees. You're kind of doing it over here with the spell one. There's no reason you can't have, you know, parts of the tree making the eye go to the focal point. Like, have a branch up here that pulls the eye back down into the head to make us look at her. You're doing it down here with this one. That works really well. On this swoop one over here, make this more of a curve so it kind of brings the eye up, and then have it be like a finger that's pointing at her head. It's called spoke wheeling. It's one of the compositional tools where, like, if your focal point is like this dot right here, there should be stuff in the images kind of like a spoke wheel on a wheel that point back into the focal point. So anything you can do with your composition to spoke wheel the eye to where you want us to look, that's going to be a huge help. And when you've got stuff like, you know, vines and things and trees, like, you could even do a literal spoke wheel where, you know, there's something in the background here that brings us right into her head. Let me turn down the opacity on this. You're doing it up top. That works really well. You could have more stuff activating that space behind her to just force our eye to go into it. Let's see. What else? And bring that finger in a little bit. I hadn't thought about that actually. I didn't decide what the spell was doing. Okay. So if you didn't decide what the spell was doing. Okay, so here's the thing you could here's the thing you could do if you wanted to. Okay. You could make it clear that this branch is kind of dead. Really emphasize kind of like gray bark. Make it kind of desaturated as it goes back. I don't know. Just think about stuff this character would do. You could make it clear that that branch is dead. Maybe there's some splintering happening up here. Maybe it looks like it was burned. If you look at like a burned log and the way it kind of gets chunky and splinters, you could make it clear that this branch has died or was burned or something like that. And then as you get towards the end, as it gets brighter, you could have it start, instead of the leaves blowing off of it, you could have it be glowing, like full of light, and have it be like blossoming, like she's healing it from the top down. Like the end of the tree is like thriving, and then as it goes back towards the trunk, maybe it's starting to be more dead. Make it clear that she's like healing it. She's healing this forest or whatever. That's like the most obvious thing I can think of based on this character and the composition you've already painted, is that she's bringing a tree limb back to life. The dead leaves you can keep in the composition. They could be dead leaves from further up the tree that are blowing off as it starts to regrow. But yeah, something like that would probably work. I think in general, let me get a quick overlay. Grab this yellow you have here. I think in general, you can make the magic feel a bit more magical by adding some more saturation to your piece. Like, you know, make it really like pop. Magic cards don't need to be so subtle, you know? Bring that into her a bit. Just get the light from the spell onto her form. But yeah, I mean, this is like a 2-second fix. I could spend way more time on it, but I'll just turn this on and off real quick so you see what I mean about what little changes do. So the very, very subtle changes to make this look like a more finished card. Just have the spell doing something we can see. Bring the eye into the focal point more. If you wanted to go for like maximum efficacy, it's gonna be like more of a repaint if you do this. But if you wanted to go for maximum efficacy, you could make it very clear that the whole forest is dead. There's been a forest fire, leaves are falling off the trees, everything back here is kind of gray and desaturated. You could even... I don't know if you want to lose the green. I'm going to try something real quick. If you made it like fall colors back here, like it's all dead, and she was the only moment of like green in the piece that was bringing life back to it, you could probably do something like that. I'm gonna desaturate it more. If you made it clear that all these trees were dead in the background, like chipped bark, burnt out, browns, you know, like a dead forest. If you did that, and then you did a complement, like they're all leaning kind of brown and red, sort of dead colors. If you did that, and then made her a complement, where the moment of green is her bringing one back to life, that could be really cool. You could even have like some sunset stuff going on to really complement the green. It might lose some of the dead forest vibe, but you could easily, you know, play with some easy complementary colors. That's optional. I don't know if you really need to, but it would sell the narrative more that she's healing a dead forest. But yeah, it's an idea. So it's going to be a similar critique with this one. The biggest thing is the flattening. I have no idea. At first I didn't really know what was going on, and then I took a closer look at it. It looks like she's got multiple limbs. Some of them are, looks like 4 feet, 2 arms. The biggest problem with this piece, immediately, again, really cool concept, really cool idea, cool jewelry, cool creature. The biggest problem with this piece is that I didn't even realize she was holding a candle. I had no clue she was holding a candle. Because it is so dark. Like, that should be like a focal point. Like, this should be very, very bright. It should be like, extremely bright. You definitely want the areas facing away from it, you can carve out. And then you obviously want to, up in here, you want to get some really good rim light from that candle. You want some good catching up here. Hair is going to have highlights from it. The face is the big part though. You want to get that. And then you got to decide if you want her to have white eyes or if you want her to have white eyes. Like, are we talking like the Sphinxes from the Neverending Story? Because if you do that, don't go gray, go white. Because it'll make the focal point read much quicker. You know what I mean? But yeah. And then I would say again, watch out for straight lines. I would say for this over here, there's no reason this can't be more of a swoop. You know, bring her into the environment, you know, lead the eye in with that cloth. Same over here. You can kick this way out and make that swoop more. I like the one that's hugging the body. Maybe add another piece of cloth to compensate. But definitely you want to make it more of a triangle. Right now it's kind of an upside down triangle, but not really. Let me see. If that's what you were going for with an upside down triangle, let me play towards that strength actually. That might be a cooler comp. So in that case, ignore what I just said, and then they're actually going to get rid of the cloth down here this way. You can still keep it, but just have it holding off to the side like this. Make that shoulder more clear. And then just a very quick compositional guideline. So we're going to do a big triangle. So that means bring these feathers down and hug that shape like this. Bring these feathers down, bring that feather up. Take this arm. You want the arms to be symmetrical-ish. They don't have to be completely symmetrical, but you want them to not distract from each other. You don't want them to feel... Because this piece is going for more iconic, like it could almost be like a tarot card. So you want to have the arms be somewhat... They don't have to be doing the same things, but you want them to occupy the same space in the canvas and have the same weight in terms of their contrast. So change the drapes on this fabric over here so that they're pulling into the character. You want them to be doing something like this. Same with over here. That's going to help spoke wheel like we talked about before. It's going to bring the eye back down into the monster. I would very consciously take this foot and I would make it like this so that one toe is very clearly in the point of the triangle. Yeah, I would do that so it's right in the center on that point. I would bring the candles up further. You could even have a third one here if you want. And then if you want to go mega iconic, hold on just a second. play this down a bit. So the big issue was I didn't see that candle at first. It was completely lost. So, gonna bring in some colors from the other side. Give the candle a bit of a glow, like there's some atmosphere here. Catching light, the hair. And then if you want to go mega super... Oh, that's the other thing actually, hold on. Like I was saying earlier about you want things to occupy the same kind of space. You don't want that wing cropping that feather. Bring it over here. Let that headdress kind of poke out a bit. And let the wing bend similar to the way the other wing is bending. More like this. It's okay to lean into an iconic composition when you are doing an iconic piece like this. Don't be afraid of symmetry in some cases, as long as you break it in others. But yeah. Alright, so the last thing I'm gonna do, this is optional. I don't know what environment this person's in, so again, take this grain of salt, completely optional. If you do want to go totally iconic, let's take this color. If you want to, you can do a literal halo effect with a spooky moon or something, but that's up to you. You can put a moon above her, or you could do a moon up here between her wings to make it kind of tarot cardy and iconic. Both of those would work. I'd say, what's my preference? For this piece, symmetry makes sense because you're breaking it in enough spots that it works. I'd say for this, I don't know, I'm so tempted. I don't think there's enough room between the wings to get away with the big moon because I don't think it'll read as the moon. So I guess for this piece, I would maybe do something like this where it's not a full moon. It's like a 3/4, but it's, you know, let it sink, let the shadow side of the moon sink into that blue. You know? So it's kind of obscured by the clouds, something like that. I would do that probably, and I would bring the clouds up and have them be kind of misty, spooky, like a weird, creepy moon like that. But yeah, I would do that. Here's the before and after. But yeah. But yeah, really subtle changes. You don't need to totally repaint the whole thing. It just makes it more iconic, makes the canvas sit a bit better. But yeah. And then lastly, for this one, I'm really glad you sent this one in the state it's in, so we can, again, cool concept, good composition. You're being very bold and you're going for it. I would say, number one, I would say instead of a fourth on this one, I know you're going for a fourth, I would stick her head on a third. I would bring it down here and get it away from that bat wing. I would let that bat do its thing. And then I would also probably... Let me try this real quick and see. I'd probably bring the moon down and literally halo her. You're doing some good spoke wheeling here with the cape. I'd bring that stuff in clearer. I'm trying to see what this fence is. So easiest way to do this, actually, I keep forgetting I'm using fucking Photoshop. I'm not drawing with a pencil. Easiest way to do this is with a circle marquee. Let's say the moon is going to be like that big. This way it activates some of that fence. Let's try that. Let's see how that looks. If it doesn't look great, we'll change it. I would bring this wing up and get it out of the way so she has a little more room to breathe, so it's less of a tangent with her. Their wings are also semi-transparent, so I'd let the moon shine through a bit, soften that edge. Use the big shape of the moon to show that there's more bats than just the bats we're seeing. Probably add another one over here if you want to, and use its wing to bring the eye back over to the main character. It's a rough shape. I'm not going to hyper render it. And then maybe, this is a maybe, I'm assuming this was a body that she's holding. I would have her arm here. Make it very clear she's holding their shirt. Use the wrinkles and the folds to pull the eye back up, pointing to her. I would make the face kind of turned this way. Don't have it catching much light. Have their nose here, their brow over here. Make it clear that they're dead. You could add, you know, blood running down out of their mouth. And then what you really want to do to sell it, because she's Vampire Lady, is show the neck, have the neck catching some light. Get that nice moon right there on that neck, right there. Get that moonlight right on that neck. There it is. A little rim light on that head, little ear action maybe. The moonlight right on that neck, and then you do your, you know what you're gonna do. You know what you're gonna do. You're gonna do your, yeah, your blood, your bloody holes. Yeah, there it is. That's what you want. I like that she's looking at the camera because it's a magic card and it feels like we're turning her corner and catching her in the act. Like we just caught her, like her guard was down because she was feeding and we just turned her corner. And she's like, like, you know, like doing the hiss that a cat would do. You stumbled onto them. So that's fine. I don't mind the looking at the camera. I would catch a little more light in her eyes though to make it pop. And of course, because she sucked his blood, you could add some blood running down her cheek. Anatomy of the face needs a little bit of work, but that's all fundamental stuff. You can do that. Reference an image or have somebody pose for you. But yeah, I would probably do something like this. But yeah, look at what that difference does dropping her head down. Just look at that, you know? I liked your misty clouds around the moon. I like that moon glow. I'm gonna bring that back. But yeah, look at what dropping that head does. But yeah. Anyway. I go back to the Discord here. Close that. Close that. That's it. Good stuff though. You're close. You're very close. These are gonna look great. Send me more when you have more. we'll diversify that portfolio. But yeah, send me more when you have more. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. We'll see you all in a minute. Do I think you're on the right path? Yeah. You're doing yeah. You're doing the right thing. I'd say if you really stick with it and you start building a portfolio, I'd say you're a few years away from Magic, but you could probably start getting RPG work in the next year or two. Your fundamentals always, everybody's fundamentals need work. You're new to composition, but I mean, just keep going. Try to get, I don't know, if you can, try to get like 2 illustrations done a month and really focus on getting your composition solid and then getting your fundamentals and your lighting good. And I think you could start getting some paid stuff within a year or two. Probably have to do some lower level TTRPG stuff before jumping into Magic, which is good because you want to see if you actually enjoy doing that once you start getting paid for it and taking direction from an art director. But yeah, you're definitely going in the right direction. The that first piece of like the bird girl with the candle, the difference of that next to the Planeswalker Forest Girl was like a big jump of like, I saw the direction you're heading in and it felt very intentional, so it's good. Just watch out for your compositions. Make sure things aren't too stiff, make sure things aren't too fly swatted. That's what they call it when everything's flat. Like, make sure there's, don't make sure all the limbs aren't perfectly straight. Do some foreshortening. If you need to use models, have somebody pose or use a 3D software. Yeah. Make sure you're studying other card artists' compositions to see how effective things can be while you study your fundamentals and your light. The best thing you could do, honestly, is get a little cheap model for $30 on Amazon or something to pose your characters and put a light on them and take reference shots so you can see how the light wraps the form. Because like, what's her name? Liliana, the forest girl? I don't know their names. The forest planeswalker girl one you did. You could solve that in 2 seconds if you just got a little female anatomy figure and you posed it and you put a light where the hand is, like a little Christmas light or something. You would immediately see where all the light needs to go to make that form read as being in that space and feeling realistic. You really need to, if you want to do Magic the Gathering stuff, you really need to get good at using reference so you understand not just how forms foreshorten in 3D space, but also how light wraps forms. Because, especially with companies like Magic the Gathering, sometimes the drawings on the cards aren't even very good drawings, but the lighting is so good that it reads, because you're taking an image that you're working on this big on your screen and it's getting reduced down to this to go on a card. So the flaws in the anatomy and the stuff aren't going to read as much that big as the lighting. Lighting can make an image immediately pop. Composition makes an image immediately pop. So your lighting and your composition should be the two biggest things. You definitely need to focus on getting anatomy correct, but it's not the most important thing in doing a card illustration. The most important thing in a card illustration is the composition and the lighting. Nice. Yeah, use the model. Take creative angles. But yeah. Rendering bark. Welcome to a whole day of rendering bark with me, your host, Daniel. People say do fundamentals. Your fundamentals are mostly going to be anatomy and perspective. So it's going to be, I mean, technically a bunch of things could fall under the category of fundamentals, including your lighting and stuff, but essentially when people say study your fundamentals, what they're basically saying is get better at drawing the human body in space. So, you know, if something looks weird in your drawing or something feels off, 90% of the time it's going to be because one of the characters is drawn incorrectly in 3D. They're not rotating the right way, or the foreshortening on a pose looks weird, or something like that. So, the shorthand most people use when that happens is study your fundamentals. In truth, fundamentals are almost all of the more academic stuff for art. It's like anatomy, perspective, composition technically could be a fundamental, I suppose. Your lighting, your color, like the fundamentals of art, the building blocks, the bare bones of illustration are fundamentals. Typically, when people use it that though as feedback, they're just saying get better at drawing, which basically just means draw more realistically. Fundamentals can translate to forms of art besides realism. Like if you're very good at drawing the human body, you're going to be better at drawing cartoons because you're going to understand how to play with the shapes better and proportions and things. But essentially, yeah, it's crack open like an Andrew Loomis book, do all the exercises, you know, just get better at drawing the human form moving and in space. It's essentially what fundamentals are. If you're doing complex scenes, you know, perspective is going to be a lot more important. Understanding the foreshortening of a space in 3D and what to do. You can fudge a lot of that stuff though with atmosphere and with effects and with compositions. You can hide things you don't want to draw very effectively. So the hardest thing to contend with that you can't really hide unless you want to become a meme is fundamentals. It's like, you know, what's his name? Rob Liefeld never really learned how to draw feet, so he always found a way to cover them up. Like, there's things you can do to hide your weak spots, but if you do it all the time, people are gonna notice. But yeah, the most important fundamental people are normally referring to is just figure drawing and anatomy. Hey, shut up. You back yet? Are you back yet? No. How much longer? Yeah, not having your bed is the worst part of traveling. They're a type of mushroom that looks like barnacles. They're very barnacle-y, though. I drew like 10,000 of them. They're just down here. Here they are. 10 million of them. Oh. 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 Look at them. Look at them all. Yeah, get better at fundamentals is a little bit of a dismissive critique. That's why I always say, like, you know, as always, fundamentals, but it's the least helpful thing to give a person in a critique. A good critique is always, you want to start by identifying the strengths, then you want to focus on the things they can improve to maximize their strengths, then talk about other things they can improve that aren't as important, and then circle back to overall strengths. Like you wanna begin positive and end positive, and you want to gear the areas of improvement towards the positivity. Oh my god, it is kind of giving Wes Anderson. Hell yeah. Intentional framing. I want to see that new Wes Anderson, the fuck is it called? Is it called like Meteorite something? Or it's got some kind of name like that. It's got some kind of space name. Asteroid City, there we go. I think the last Wes Anderson I saw was Grand Budapest Hotel, and I loved it. How's California doing? Shut up. You having a great time out there? You think it's his best movie? I don't know, man. The Life Aquatic is so good. Grand Budapest is really good. I don't know. The Life Aquatic might be my favorite, but I'm very biased about that movie. I haven't seen Isle of Dogs yet. I can hear my dog snoring. Can you guys hear my dog snoring if I turn the music off? Trying to think. So there's Rushmore. There's the Royal Tenenbaums. There's the Darjeeling Limited. There's Fantastic Mr. Fox. There's the Grand Budapest Hotel. There's the Life Aquatic. Oh, Moonrise Kingdom is one of my favorites. I fucking love Moonrise Kingdom. The fuck else? Isle of Dogs. What else am I forgetting? Bottle Rocket. Yes. Okay. Forgot about Bottle Rocket. Was Bottle Rocket his first one? Was it before even Rushmore? I think it was, right? That's with both Wilson brothers? There's a third Wilson brother? Oh my god. How did I not know? I'm actually kind of excited for the Fantastic Four movie. I didn't think I would be. The decision they made to make Mr. Fantastic like a Mr. Wizard type guy that had like a kid science show in the 60s is such a good idea. It's such a good idea for where the idea of Mr. Fantastic, like the name Mr. Fantastic comes from. That's such a cool idea. Like waking up at 6 in the morning to watch Mr. Fantastic, the child, like he's like Bill Nye basically. That's such a cool idea. I was immediately on board. I was like, oh, that's like very smart. That's like very, very smart. What do I think about Doctor Doom? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it's a bait and switch. I don't think Robert Downey Jr. is actually Doctor Doom. I think he's going to be a variant Doctor Doom, and there's going to be, you know, he's going to switch sides and team up with them to help him fight the real one. So I don't really care. It's something that's from the comics where Tony Stark becomes Doctor Doom. That's fine. Totally fine. The person I want to be Doctor Doom is already in the MCU, though. Mads Mikkelsen is already taken, which sucks, so it's unfortunate. But, yeah. Yeah, I keep hearing things about Alien Romulus. I might give it a shot. I don't know. Prometheus really disappointed me. And Covenant really disappointed me.
Still a kind of groping in the dark.
Hello?
But now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system.
We'll see.
AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use. So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system and put an end to AT&T, the right choice.
Do I think he'll wear the mask for more than 5 minutes? Yeah, I think he'll wear the mask for almost the entirety of that first movie. The only thing that I'm not sure about is which execution they're going to go with on the plot. It's either going to be, oh my god, Iron Man came back to life, and there's something a little off about him, and they're like, they don't know it's Doctor Doom in disguise, like he hijacked his body, like a variant body, put his mind inside it. I don't know if they're going to do that, or if they're going to go full multiverse, like in another dimension, you know, Tony Stark became Doctor Doom, but that doesn't make any sense because his name isn't Doom. So it's probably going to be the mind hijack. I'm assuming they're going to do that. And I'm assuming everyone's gonna trust him because they're gonna think it's Tony Stark and he's gonna, you know, get access to all the Avengers stuff, and then, oh, whoops, it was secretly Doctor Doom the whole time. So if they go that route, he probably will take the mask off because it'll be all about, like, you know, body snatching, basically. It'll be someone else's mind in his body. But if they don't go that route, I'm assuming he'll wear the mask the whole movie. But if they go the body swapping route, the whole point is going to be seeing his face.
So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system. Now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T.
I don't care if Mads Mikkelsen, the villain in Doctor Strange is so fucking forgettable. I don't care if Mads Mikkelsen comes back. I don't give a shit. He was wasted as that villain. He was completely wasted as an actor on that forgettable role. Here, I'll make it work. Ready? Here, I'll do it. I'll do it in under a minute. Ready? At the end of Doctor Strange, Caecilius made a pact with Dormammu to get power. Then Doctor Strange bargained with Dormammu to get rid of Caecilius. Caecilius gets sucked into the Dark Dimension. We find out that Caecilius was the name he took when he went to Kamar-Taj, and it wasn't actually his name. We find out that he was Latvian royalty, and his name was actually Victor. And he went to study the mystic arts with the Ancient One because his mother was a witch and he wanted to understand his roots. While he's in the Dark Dimension with Dormammu, Dormammu says, I'll send you back to Earth with all my powers if you're willing to make some kind of deal with me to take over the world or whatever, and he sends him back. But his face is all fucked up from being in the Dark Dimension because his skin got burned off at the end of Doctor Strange. So he makes a metal mask. And he says, my name is no longer Caecilius, I'm going back to Latveria, and I'm embracing my name as Victor Von Doom. There you go, I did it. Did it. Because remember, Doctor Doom is a wizard. He's not just a robot. He's a robot with magic. Am I anticipating that Doctor Doom will Deus Ex Machina Kang? Yeah, probably. He's probably gonna kill Kang. Or kill all the Kangs. I don't know. There's a whole... They wrote themselves into a weird corner where there's a council of Kangs and there's like hundreds of Kangs. So, I don't know. Doctor Doom either has to kill all of them or they just ignore it and they say that the TVA, like Loki, the end of Loki Season 2, the TVA has it handled, and then they just move on to something else. It's gonna be one or the other. Either Doctor Doom is gonna kill him, or the TVA is taking care of Kang now. I find it strange that they railroaded a movie when they, like, I find it weird that they railroaded everything about Kang, even though they've introduced that variants can look like other people. Like, you already put a thing in there where Kang can be somebody else. He doesn't have to be that actor. Like, why wouldn't you just recast Kang? I don't know, it feels weird to completely scrap multiple movies over that. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know, like... Personally, Oh, the contract forbid them. Oh, that would make sense. My dream would have been Denzel Washington comes in as older Kang and he kills all the younger Kangs, and then we've just got Denzel as the next MCU villain. I want to picture Denzel in that Kang armor giving a speech about time and fate. I think Denzel would have fucking crushed it. I would love to see him give his all in a fucking Marvel movie. It'd be so stupid. And by stupid, I mean incredible. Because he's like so above that. But it would like, I don't know, would elevate it. I remember all the only reason I'm saying the only reason I'm saying Denzel is because when they fired Majors, all the talk in the press was like they're worried about finding somebody with as much range. They built this role around him, and oh, we don't know who else could do it. I'm like, Denzel's right there, guys. Yeah. Denzel's right there. I don't know if he would agree to do a comic book movie though, but he agreed to do Gladiator 2, so I mean, I think he might have. Yeah. They do love to hire great actors and give them absolutely nothing roles. Giancarlo Esposito could have been Dr. Doom. Great voice for it. With a fucking Darth Vader filter over that voice? Oh man, would have been good. He probably didn't want to play another character like that after doing Grand Moff Gideon? Was that his name? Moff Gideon? What Marvel property should Wes Anderson direct? Hold on, I want to give you a non-meme answer. I want to give you the realest answer possible. Hold on, let me think. Howard the Duck. 100% Wes Anderson should do Howard the Duck. With all the fucking snap pans and perfect framing. Oh my god. Yeah, if you did like a period piece, if you did like a Marvel movie set in the 60s, it could be cool. I could see that. He should do Alpha Flight. He should do the Canadian X-Men. Just kidding. The thing is, he can't do like action scenes. So like, you need to find something that's more like character based. I actually think Wes Anderson probably could have done Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel could have gone the Wes Anderson route and been like a cuter teenager thing. It could have been like Moonrise Kingdom-y. Leaned into the childhood aspect of the character. The only Marvel property I'm looking forward to is not a Marvel Studios film. It's Into the Spider-Verse 3. That's my most anticipated. Alright, chat, here's the real question. Henry Cavill got screwed over on The Witcher. He's probably not going to be the next Wolverine. How do we feel about Henry Cavill being Guts in a Berserk live-action adaptation? Think about his body and his face before you say no. Think about him yelling Griffith with his Henry Cavill voice. They can de-age him for Golden Age. Also, I don't really think it matters. Being a good actor is better than being the exact right age. If they make him look a little younger during the flashback for Golden Age, I don't think anyone's gonna bat an eye if his performance is good. Golden Age Guts is like a 7-foot tall monster. Alright, guys, what man is pretty enough to play Griffith? Don't say Timothy Chalamet. Don't even do it. You can age Henry Cavill and de-age him. Do anything with CG. Don't get hung up on that. Come on, chat. What man is pretty enough to play Griffith? Let's hear it. My instinct is to make Griffith a female character. I mean, to make Griffith a female playing a male character. That's my instinct, because I don't think any guy is gonna look right. If we could like somehow get Lee Pace to like not be tall, I don't know. We'd need someone like that. I'm thinking Lee Pace as like when he played Legolas's dad in The Hobbit. Am I gonna be on in an hour? Maybe? Depends on if I get hungry and I go eat. I haven't thought that far ahead. But we can see. Stay tuned. If I'm here, I will talk to you. Nico Robin. I don't know who that is. I'm not a One Piece guy. I watched the first season. Hold on. Let me check. Oh, I can see it. I can totally see it. I can totally see it. I'm looking at the characters right now. I can totally see it. 100%. 100%. She's decades too old? Hold on. Am I seeing this wrong? Hold on. Is Nico Robin the older woman with super long silver hair? Am I seeing this wrong? She looks perfect for the role. What am I don't understand. Am I seeing this wrong? This is what I'm seeing, chat. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing. This is what's coming up in my searches, okay? This is what's coming up in my searches. And that's great. That's a perfect casting. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm seeing, chat. I'm seeing this. I don't know One Piece, okay? I don't know One Piece, okay? I don't have an opinion on this. Only question would be, does the character being young matter to the character? Like, does it change anything about their plot? Like, the kids in Stranger Things can't be adults because the whole story is about them being kids that go to school and get in trouble and have bedtimes and curfews and stuff. So, like, you couldn't cast them as an adult. But, I don't know this character you're talking about. Is them being young crucial to the character, or are they just young by coincidence? Because if it's not crucial, then I don't really care as long as they get a good actor. But I'm also not a fan of the manga, so yeah, it wouldn't feel as wrong to me because I don't have any attachment to these characters. Like, let's say in the Harry Potter books, Hagrid was 99, and then in the movies they cast him as like a 50-year-old guy. I wouldn't feel any certain way about it because I never read them, but I'm sure people would. Yeah, I have no idea then. If the character needs to be like a kid, then yeah, obviously that wouldn't work. I don't know these characters though. I think everyone in One Piece is pretty significantly aged up, aren't they? Aren't all the kids, like, supposed to be, like, actual kids? In the show, they're all, like, 20 minimum. Live action One Piece was pretty good. You know what the Holy Grail's gonna be, that they'll probably never be able to do, is a live action adaptation of the Pokemon cartoon. They did a really good animated Pokemon thing I can't remember the name of that focused on the games. It wasn't based on the TV show. I can't remember. It's only like 4 episodes, but it's like, it was pretty cool. Origins. Sounds right. Hey, Maddie. What's going on? I did like a portfolio critique with some paint overs earlier, yeah. Going okay. Just trying to finish this fucking painting, you know. You know the struggle. Trying to balance all the details. I don't know who any of these people are. Was the character in One Piece based off Eminem? Is that what you guys are talking about? Was that why it would be full circle? Oh, please hold, chat. Oh! Can you guys hear me again? Am I here? Am I alive again? Excellent. Hmm. Do I mess around with traditional? Not in a couple of years, but I used to use it all the time. Oh. Ugh. Chat. How's it going? Into this piece or this stream? In this piece? Hundreds. Hundreds. This stream? I don't know, 5 maybe? 4? I'm at the part where I need to just pick a section of a piece and finish it and not hop around. So I'm gonna try and finish all the fucking brambly trees. All the brambles. Nice. Love a good NYC trip. Maddie, you were in NYC? Nice. Hmm. You should do it, Maddie. Go there for like a summer or something. If that's a dream, you should try it. I learned from a show called One Piece that you have to follow your dream, Maddie. That's what I learned. There has to be a lab or something in New York you could do like a sabbatical at, right? Yeah, living in New York is kind of unbelievable. Might be cheaper to crash here, Maddie, and just do the 3-hour drive every day. Sad but true. How far of a drive is it to New York from you, actually? It's 3 hours from Massachusetts. If I really wanted to take a class there, I could technically commute there and back every day, but holy shit, would that be a fucking nightmare. Yeah, it's about 3 hours from here. Assuming you don't hit traffic, which in New York is kind of a thing. Jeez. Getting stranded's no good. I think it's time for me to go have some lunch. I know Ryan was coming back, but it's 1:30. I skipped breakfast. I should probably eat. Alright, I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back streaming for a few hours later. I've done 5 hours. I'd like to do another 3 and have it be an even 8. So I'm gonna go eat some lunch, do a quick swim, and then I'll be back in a couple hours. So maybe like 2 hours I'll be back. So I will be back. Love y'all. If you haven't eaten today, go eat. If you haven't stood up today, go stand up. I'll see you soon.